She,
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
at that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., when it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door, and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it. Right?
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before, who was the last person to leave? It was Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember, were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would
Let me
be,
finish my question. Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct. So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So, you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022. Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
memorize that date.
Yes.
You were asked what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location, and you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah,
Yes.
take a look at lines 21 down the highlighted portion. Let me know when you're
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you had refreshed your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside,
Mr.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
Okay. And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes,
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe,
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that.
Just
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Okay.
Like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26, 2022, in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, please?
Yes.
Try to speed things up, Your Honor, if I could have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
The entire grand jury, direct your attention to 182 to 187. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly, and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wanted you to have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it
You were,
in there?
fact- Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You were,
what-
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you
I-
not review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe.
Objection.
You can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same courtesy for you, okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You either did or you didn't. Did you mention, ever, in that grand jury, that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
as you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay,
voice up, please.
sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question,
Were
please?
you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages, and each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding, on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text, and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31.
Correct.
All right, at that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here, and I said here, and then the next time I texted, I said pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. You said you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So, when you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a minute. May I have one, Your Honor? Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780 to 784,
Okay.
Bates stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know. May I?
Yes.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking, so,
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay. Just right outside the front door, though. Within,
Straight outside, yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved a second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole, and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going to allow the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math, you're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times, and you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times, and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I'm doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? That caught
No.
your attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slammed?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
As a matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
As a matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle, with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that, is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The problem with that is you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
Do you know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well. Correct?
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions. You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
May I proceed?
Yes.
McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at
Objection.
all.
I'll let the answer stand.
You left the location at about 1:45, is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in, was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then either?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear, and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some of the girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right out, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the 2 girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately, between 2 and 2:15.
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. It sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make the call. No?
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but,
That's videos. Right?
oh, okay, so yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you, now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters, and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat? Is that yes?
Yes,
Your husband was home?
yes.
I want to switch gears for a second. And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
yes,
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him, is that right?
yes,
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, "I hit him 3 times." She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
I may have just a moment. Thank you. May I?
Yes.
It's just the entirety. I'm going to hand you a document. Did you, before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Understood. You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is, in fact, a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony,
Yes.
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
Was I asked what she said?
I get to ask the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages, or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
These are select pages. So you got 190, 192, 193, 201, 208, and 109. I'm just going to show it these and ask questions about each one of these, but I'll give you a heads up. It's still page numbers. Yes. These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she is asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not.
Your testimony.
My testimony is, an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you recall the I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But
might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay?
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can do that in 2 seconds and pause it. Yes.
Is unbroken, he has John is
Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and
Stop. Was that you? Is
Yes, that was.
that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car, is what you said, correct?
Yes,
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
correct,
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
correct,
You hadn't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
and Karen Reed,
And my client.
correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer. Is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take morning, please.
All rise, jury out, please, sir.
Just follow the dreams,
You may be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you said it's an exhibit, is it in evidence?
It's not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask to mark it. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay, do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay, so is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I just needed to know if it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
Thank
All
you.
rise for the court, please.
Off the case, accusing them of listening into her phone calls with her lawyers. Those are just 2 recent developments in the case, and there's even more. Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Corey Richens was supposed to appear in court last week for a hearing where a judge would determine whether there was enough evidence for her to be bound over for trial in the death of her husband, Eric Richens. Corey Richens faces a long list of charges. In the 2022 murder of her husband, Eric, Corey has pleaded not guilty. She's accused of poisoning Eric Richens with fentanyl so she could collect millions in life insurance money after he died. Prosecutors say that Corey was in financial dire straits in her real estate business and that she had a paramour that she wanted to be with. Killing Eric, according to their theory, would have given her access to millions of dollars and allowed her to have sole custody of their children. Last week, the preliminary hearing was postponed after Corey's lawyer said she would object to all of the prosecution's exhibits.
Ms. Lazar, let me ask you a direct question. Are you prepared today to waive any foundational or hearsay or other admissibility objections regarding any of these exhibits 19 through 65?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. it seems like what we need to do is just set a continued preliminary hearing where the state is prepared to lay foundation under 1102 and the other rules that would apply to a preliminary hearing for the evidence that it wants to admit. Does that sound about right, Ms. Lazar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you need to change defendant's position at all with respect to exhibits 1 through 18?
At this point, Your Honor, we object to all of the exhibits.
Understood.
So now Sky Lazaro has filed a motion asking to be removed from the case. The ethical mandate for withdrawal results from an irreconcilable and non-waivable situation. It first emerged from the civil cases in which the firm has been representing Ms. Richins, but is imputed to the firm as a whole and thus requires the firm to withdraw from its representation of the defendant in the criminal proceeding. The motion to withdraw said this issue came to the defense's attention at that hearing last week, where the prelim was rescheduled for June. And the defense wants the prosecutor removed from the case too. A motion accuses prosecutors of listening into phone calls between Richins and her attorney over the last year. They said they discovered this when they received the privileged phone calls in discovery. The motion says lead prosecutor Brad Bloodworth responded to questions from the defense about the calls being included in discovery. He wrote, Ramsey refuses to register for and use the HomeWave app that shields attorney-client calls. His calls are therefore recorded as any other call. Ramsey Hamadi is one of Corey Richins' defense attorneys. The motion continues. Mr. Bloodworth goes on to state that the prosecution has been listening to at least a portion of the calls between Corey and defense counsel since May 2023, and the entire prosecution team had been in possession of the calls for the entire period between May 2023 and December 2023. Bloodworth sent an email to the defense and other prosecutors the next day, writing about how the calls were recorded and turned over to prosecutors. He wrote, since May, Ramsey has deliberately refused to use the HomeWave app. According to Corey, Ramsey thinks the app somehow bugs his phone. Also, according to Corey, Ramsey knows that in refusing to use the app, the state maintains recordings of their calls. The email also included highlights from some of the calls between Corey Richins and her family and how they wanted Sky Lazaro off the case. On November 18th, there was a voice call with Renee at 12:23. Corey did not like Ramsey at first, but now he is her favorite on the team. Ramsey wrote 90% of the filings. On November 19th, there was a voice call with Ronnie at 12:12. Corey is done being here. Sky needs to get her the F out of here. Corey considering firing Sky and putting Ramsey in charge. But back to the jail calls. The defense says the state having those calls and listening to them violated Corey Richins' rights. Bloodworth said in an email that the state had not listened to the calls. He said that they would stop listening in the first few seconds once Ramsey Hamadi identified himself. And finally, the defense makes another claim. The jail corrections officers have violated Richins' rights by improperly going through documents marked attorney-client privilege in her cell. Sky Lazaro says this happened recently on March 26th. Lazaro said the notebook's pages were clearly marked attorney-client privilege. The motion says the officer spent several minutes looking at every page of the notebook, during which defense counsel repeatedly told him he could not read the pages and was violating her client's constitutional rights. And apparently the prosecutor, Brad Bloodworth, was brought into this discussion. Lazaro claims that she was interrogated about the contents of the notebook and that the entire ordeal violated Richins' right to counsel. Lazaro also wants the court to suppress the so-called walk the dog letter. She says it should have never been filed publicly with the court. Prosecutors had originally said the letter asked Corey Richins' mom and brother to lie at trial, but it was later determined to be a privileged document and part of a fictional manuscript. I want to take just a short break from this update on Corey Richins' case to tell you about something that can help you learn more about the people in your life. It's a great website and it's called truthfinder.com. Truthfinder is one of the world's largest public records search services. Truthfinder has just one goal, and that is to help you and me learn the truth about the people we meet each day. Here's how it works. Log on to truthfinder.com and put in your name. Within minutes and maybe even seconds, you will get reports that include phone numbers, addresses, friends, family, criminal records, and more about the people you are searching. It will also show you sex offender statuses for the people who live in your neighborhood. The cases that I cover make it clear that you have to do everything you can to keep you and your loved ones safe. So right now, Crime Fix listeners and viewers can get 50% off of confidential background reports at truthfinder.com/lccrimefix. Log on to truthfinder.com/lccrimefix and start accessing information about almost anyone. Greg Skordas is the spokesperson for Eric Richards's family. Greg, first of all, I want to ask you, how is the family doing and how are they feeling about the preliminary hearing being pushed into June?
You know, it's been a long process even to get to the preliminary hearing. The case is over a year old at this point. So it was disappointing that it continues to get postponed. But she's in custody where she should be. The county attorney's office and the local law enforcement are doing a very good job. The case seems to be getting stronger by the day. So the delay isn't hurting the case at all, as you might expect. And the family's being patient and working with the prosecutors.
There's some drama now, though, being brought into the case. I mean, the case is kind of dramatic anyway, with all of these kind of allegations of infidelity and, sadly, murder for life insurance money. Corey Richards maintains that she didn't do this. But now we have Sky Lazaro saying, I want to be off the case. She's saying there's some type of, irrevocable, some issue coming up that she just learned of at the hearing last week. What are your thoughts on that? Because obviously Corey Richards was not happy with her, according to some of the things we've read in the documentation, but she's saying there's some kind of conflict that's arisen.
Yeah, we don't really know what that is. We do know that the law firm is a little frustrated because Corey Richards has apparently run out of money, and they were not too happy about continuing to represent her for either low fees or no fees. But there was a civil case filed 2 years ago, right after Eric passed away, and it was involving Corey on the one hand and Eric's estate on the other. And the same lawyers that were representing Corey in the civil case commenced to represent her in the criminal case, which was filed a year later. So they're claiming that the conflict arose in connection with the civil case, which has been going for 2 years. So I can't imagine what they learned or what happened in that intervening time that would have caused them to suddenly discover that they have a conflict. And the only thing that may have occurred new is that the state filed its pretrial brief right before the preliminary hearing, just a couple days before, which outlined their evidence, who they were going to call, and some witness statements. And I think it may have caught the defense off guard a little bit. But for whatever reason, they've not only moved to get themselves off the case, but they filed another motion to have the prosecuting attorneys removed from the case.
And I wanted to get to that. I mean, in that motion, they're saying we received privileged phone calls in discovery. So the prosecution has been listening to our calls. Brad Bloodworth, in an email to the defense last December, said, we've only listened to maybe the first few seconds. Ramzi Hamadi, the one defense attorney, refuses to use this app that signals that this is a privileged call. So basically, the calls are recorded as any other call. We listen, we hear it's him, we stop listening. We're not listening to the contents of the call. But they dispute that. The defense disputes that and says, well, we're pulling out. Sky says, I'm pulling out of this case. Now you should pull out too, and this is why. But in that motion also, we learned that Corey Richards wants this Ramsey guy apparently to be the lead attorney. She's not happy with Sky's performance on her case, and neither is her family.
Yeah, I think there's some frustration with the delays in the case. And of course, if the law firm is recused and they can't represent her, then that would include all of the attorneys, including Ramsey, including Sky Lazaro, including the other two involved in the case. So just so you know, when a person calls from a correctional facility here in Utah and they call for an attorney, there's a prompt that you get that says all calls are being monitored. If you want this call to be privileged, or if this is an attorney-client call, then you have to go into a different system. And apparently the attorney had not been doing that, because calls between inmates and their family are not privileged. They're not protected. The calls between inmates and their lawyers are, so long as the inmate recognizes and the lawyer recognizes that it's an attorney-client conversation. Sometimes the jail will listen to those calls and then realize, hey, wait a minute, this is an attorney-client call, and then they'll shut it down. And I think that's what's happened here.
Do you expect this motion to withdraw to be granted? And what do you see happening with the prosecution? Do you see the prosecution being removed from the case?
I don't think there's any way they could get the prosecution removed from the case. I mean, you may get an individual prosecutor removed, but the office itself will probably stay on the case. And if not, they can have a neighboring county attorney handle the case. Salt Lake County's just bordering that county. There are several others that do. So they could get another prosecutor. But with respect to their motion to withdraw, if it is an irreconcilable conflict, the judge probably has no choice but to let the attorneys off the case. The result of that would be a huge, long continuance. I mean, this case has already gone on for a year. We haven't even got to the preliminary hearing. This could cause another 6-8 months before.
Sustained.
When Detective Farmacio was driving by the property, did he ever make contact with you?
No,
Were you aware that some kind of memorial had been placed on that property relative to Tylee and JJ?
yes, but the slow driving by wasn't just on 200 North, it was also on Salem Highway.
You don't disagree that for a law enforcement officer to find two children buried on a property would be a traumatic event, do you?
I don't disagree. However, I don't understand why during working hours we would need to return and visit the memorial.
So that's not understandable to you how a law enforcement officer might have a traumatic experience and go back and visit the property.
I didn't say that.
So then you agreed it could be.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'll need 77G.
Very well. I don't know if it's still up there. If it is, Mr. Wixom, just please leave it.
All right, did I return that exhibit back to Marshall? I can't remember. Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, may I publish 77G?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
I'd like you to count down the fourth entry on 77G.
Okay,
It says the name Seth C. Daybell. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me who Seth C. Daybell is?
Seth is the son of Chad and Tammy Daybell, also my wife's brother.
And do you see how much money Seth got?
$8,000.
Okay. Are you aware of any of the other children of Chad Daybell getting money as well?
I believe all of them did.
Do you know what the amounts were?
$8,000.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Murray. Is he going to remain under your subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
He is not, Judge.
Has the state got him under subpoena? Okay, you are released then from any subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying, Mr. Murray. You can be excused.
Your Honor, before we bring in the next witness, may we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, Mr. Pryor, you can call your next witness.
You had permission to approach the podium.
Yes.
Dr. Kathy Raven. And Judge, while we're waiting, my understanding is there's a stipulation of the parties on Defense Exhibit 135. It encompasses the forensic report of Dr. Kathy Raven. I'd move for admission of 135.
I can take that up. I'll prefer to get that admitted once we have the witness on the stand.
Okay. You can hang on to it. That's okay. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do.
A little bit of cheating.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
May I, Judge?
Give us just a sec here, Mr. Pryor.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Pryor, before we go on inquiry, I believe this is an expert witness, so likewise, or likely not subject to the exclusionary rules. Is that your understanding?
It is, Judge.
Okay. You may inquire then. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Good morning, Dr. Raven. Would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Catherine Raven, Raven.
And can you tell me what your occupation is?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, explain to me what a forensic pathologist is.
I'm a medical doctor. I actually did 4 years of medical school. Then I became a pathologist, which is the doctor that's at the hospital, does all the lab tests, biopsies. But I specialized even further in that. I went into forensic pathology, and that's applying the knowledge of medicine as a doctor. And really the main focus is to determine cause of death in individuals.
Okay. And in what state do you practice?
Primarily in California.
And do you have any cities or municipalities that you associate with that you do work primarily for?
Yes, I'm a contract forensic pathologist in California, and I primarily work in Alameda County, which is the Bay Area, and also in Butte County.
Okay. And how long have you been a licensed forensic pathologist?
25, 26 years now.
And you're presently, obviously you testified, you're presently engaged in that profession at the present time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you receive your training in pathology?
In pathology, I received it in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, at the University of Colorado Health Science Center. It was 4 years of general pathology.
And what sort of certifications or what sort of certifications are required in order to be a pathologist?
Well, to be a general pathologist, you can either be an anatomical pathologist or a clinical pathologist. So after you do a residency, you would take a board examination. I'm certified in both anatomical and clinical pathology. I also did a year of neuropathology on the studying of the nervous system, injury to the nervous system. And then I did a year of forensic pathology, which is where I do subspecialize and just did forensic pathology. I am also board certified in forensic pathology.
And you jumped the gun on me. And when we say that there is a, is that the American Board of Pathology?
Yes.
And what is the American Board of Pathology?
It's just a board. It's national. Every pathologist who's board certified takes the exact same test regardless of where they did their training at. To be a board certified pathologist, you'd have to pass the examination.
And I assume then that you passed that examination.
Yes.
Are you, and do you have any publications or any theses that you've written as part of your 25-year career?
As a fellow, when I was in training, I had a paper published. But other than that, I've been a practicing pathologist.
So you do the hands-on work of a pathologist.
Correct.
You're not a academic person.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you testified previously in any proceedings?
Yes.
Have you previously been approved as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And can you give me approximately how many times you've done that?
Probably close to 300 or more.
Okay. Now, I skipped one question. Is part of your certification, is that a national certification?
Yes. It's a board certification, so it's a national test. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, you can apply your principles of forensic pathology anywhere in the United States. It's a scientific process. Would that be fair?
Yes. As far as the pathology itself, you have to be licensed in a particular state to practice in that state. But as a pathologist, I could go anywhere and be a pathologist.
Now, in this particular case, you were retained by my office to conduct an investigation regarding this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the area of investigation you were to conduct was in what area of this case?
If I'm understanding the question, I was asked to review the autopsy report and other pertinent materials.
Okay. And when you did review the autopsy report?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection of all of the other documents that you reviewed?
A summary of them, but I don't know them specifically without my report.
Would it help you if I were to provide you your report?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. And Judge, at this time, I'm going to move for admission of defense exhibit, I think it's 135.
As a statement, I'm going to review that.
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 135 is admitted. And that's the report, Mr. Pryor, paper copy?
That is a paper copy, and I have a paper copy as well. And Dr. Raven, if you would be so kind as to just review, we can't have you read off, unfortunately, what you line by line. So if you're able to review and give us a synopsis of what you looked at after.
McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, "I hate him." Correct? We'll agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item that I would like to have marked as next in order. With the
Okay.
question. May I approach?
Yes.
By agreement, Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it
Okay.
and ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Did you stop it? Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question, and I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recording inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
It's about, by the way, it's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't people
Could you pause it? Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes,
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Can we go ahead and play this? audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled, and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood. The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down?
Yes.
Matter of fact, at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call has already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. We can play it with your permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. And one of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes,
heard
I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree, yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, has this ended? Did we finish playing this just for 15? Okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes,
And
and
you were shown phone records?
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and
You
ask the
were-
question.
You were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds?
my sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you'd answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay, and you were shown the same phone record showed that the 608 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right, and there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 607 and 608, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you, I don't.
I'm just asking if you were there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction and your phone records, that the 607 call was a 7-second call, the 608 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
Okay. But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls, all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking anything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second. I'm just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that. You, in fact, did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails, because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you. How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you were friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You had just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Seraph, Mulaney, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And that was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes or
no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made in that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Did you tell him which officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay. So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions that you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes.
And Nicole could hear.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I'm asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it, no.
He could have been.
He could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up, basically, of the SUV and a sally port. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said I said. I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
So this is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it. Right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's Exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday? Does that look like, does it look like it has a crack in it?
It's cracked, yes.
It's actually completely missing. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces, there are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
Correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes,
You went with your husband, Matt,
yes,
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
on the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware, he asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct,
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct,
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. Don't know, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between, or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one, in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page,
Yeah,
second row from the top.
at 12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No.
call, correct?
We didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Count, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Your Honor, if I could approach briefly. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take exhibit 90 back.
Okay, thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there.
So-
0142, 0142.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to look at it.
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
this an unredacted version?
Yes.
Same thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be Celebrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time?
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 1214, after that, all the way up to 1250, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 1214 and 1250.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
But there is not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to, this report jumps time-wise.
Well, you can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Ms. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 97.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone. And all your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls, Ms.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at it.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McKay? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4, 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Flip through those. While Mr. Lally is looking through that packet, can I just ask to make sure the record is clear, did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the 2 officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
no,
With Chris Albert?
no,
With Julie Albert?
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents. Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around, that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On
Can
February
you just tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The bait stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. And it should be the middle bubble. The middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes,
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
yes.
You look at the next page, the top, 149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert. What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th.
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago you were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents,
She was picking them up.
and you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
To check on your friend? That was just too much.
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Carrie Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline with you?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Mm-hmm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was, on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me, and she happened to be there, so they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard. You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I
from?
was asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed handed phone to Carrie. You remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., at basically the same moment, quote, all this stuff, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group, she's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because
I know.
Carrie is an extremely blunt person, and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was,
sorry, his family.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Kerry Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Kerry Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it, and one day Kerry made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something, and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Kerry, maybe. I'm talking to Kerry. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Kerry Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Kerry Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Kerry in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with a story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Kerry Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
It sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following their instructions, we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask a question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, cops here again, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Kerry Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there.
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after." Correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop." Correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts give her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on,
How do you
as
know?
she does,
How do you know?
because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe, "I love it."
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything."
Yes.
End quote. Correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not
Some of the
even.
things you overheard.
I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
But why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, "everything"?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together because at the end of the day, our friend was dead, and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create, I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, Proctor, grand jury, nothing, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it? in these
Objection.
texts?
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us. I'll withdraw. You consistently reported back to the group how Carrie Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than, let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there, what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job, so we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
You saw it. Did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house, him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been recorded, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been hours standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside. Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you, right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes in any of those?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911,
What pictures?
just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Mr. Kay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mhm.
You said yes.
Mhm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming, yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose. You just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friends' house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
And a lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have just 12 year
Yes.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully, what exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
This incident.
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully had you come down for an interview. He confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there.
Yes or
You're
no?
you're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lang, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions.
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin. I thought
They
you said-
were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Well, why is that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness and
He was-
book in front of him?
Objection.
Sustained.
The same report that has you at Michael Lang's house also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive-by 34 Fairview for giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock, okay?
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that
Yes.
conversation? I want to focus your attention on or about, or at or about 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes,
You've seen the Celebrite extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was,
Correct.
there was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him, is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone. Correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life. Everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
I'll ask them to call my phone.
Right. Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
right? You explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, it's 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls, so my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket, and that was it.
When you dial someone by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked, because it takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It just rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hang-ups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction shows that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to, want to stay there and walk out with him again? Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Now, tomorrow will be a full day. The forecast is going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here, could be really hot in here. So maybe bring a sweater or something. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Jurors, closing and leaving your notebooks if you would all rise. All
Mr. Jackson, I don't know if this is yours.
May I approach?
Thank you.
May be seated.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, and then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Okay. All right. It's not likely we'll get through all of those, correct?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Jim, I'll see you too if you can.
Sure.
I could give a general.
Okay, go ahead. What documents did you review as part of this?
Dr. Christensen's autopsy report from Utah. Along with that were autopsy photographs. There were also some scene photographs that I reviewed. The death certificate, the original death certificate, I reviewed. There was a couple reports from the coroner. I don't know if they were the official reports, but some typewritten reports from the coroner, and some law enforcement investigation reports also.
Okay. And then in addition, in a previous matter, and I don't want to say what matter, in a previous matter, you looked and reviewed previous testimony as well,
I
correct?
reviewed previous testimony from Dr. Christensen, correct?
Okay. And you also looked at some of Dr. Marsden's remarks as well?
I don't recall her remarks as much as Dr. Christensen's.
Okay. Now, I want to go in the area of conclusions that are drawn as the result of an autopsy. And I understand there are approximately 5 categories that you can arrive at as a result of conclusions that you make when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Okay. In this particular case, you arrived at a conclusion in terms of your review of the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that conclusion, there are other conclusions that someone in your field as a forensic pathologist can arrive at. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And what would some of those other conclusions be?
In this particular case?
Well, in any
Either.
case, in general,
You mean as far as manner of death?
in terms of manner.
In manner of death, there's usually 5 categories of manner. The cause of death is the medical disease process or injury that actually caused the death, but the manner of death is how we categorize the death, really just for death certificate purposes. So either homicide, suicide, accident, undetermined, or natural death. So any one of those five for manner of death can be, would fit a certain case. If we don't know or it doesn't fit particularly in one or the other, then we would call it undetermined.
Now, in reviewing this case, you made some summary of some of the materials in terms of what you discovered. Can you talk briefly about the summary of some of the things you arrived at as part of your review?
Well, specifically, I paid most attention to the autopsy report. It was an autopsy after embalming and a disinterment. It was a thorough autopsy. I reviewed that. There was a few injuries, some bruising, which are very nonspecific to the arms.
And if we could stop there in a
Yeah.
minute and just talk briefly about what is nonspecific bruising?
So nonspecific bruising just means there's not a pattern to it, and anything can cause a bruise or a contusion. Is the same thing. It's caused by blunt force. So any blunt object, blunt surface, anything, you bump your arm, you fall, someone hits you, anything blunt, to compare it to a knife, should be sharp. So anything blunt can cause a bruise. So nonspecific just means we don't know what caused them. Any number of things could cause them as long as it had a blunt surface.
Okay. And at this point, when you say nonspecific, there's no way to determine what was the cause of action that resulted in the bruises on the right arm and then the one bruise on the left arm. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you continued with your summary. I'll allow you to continue on that with what you also summarized.
Then, and there was no anatomical cause of death found at the autopsy.
Okay. And I'm gonna keep interrupting you as we go through that because this is important. When you say there was no anatomical cause of death, what does that mean?
When we do an autopsy, we look at every organ in the body. We pull it out, we dissect it, and we're looking for anything that may have caused death. So we do a dissection of the heart, looking for heart disease. We look at the lungs, the liver, every organ, the brain, looking for natural death, anything that may have caused death. In this particular case, nothing was found.
Okay. And then further, what other findings did you make?
And then the next step we would do is what's called toxicology, looking at the blood. Sometimes we look at the urine and also the fluid in the eye called vitreous. We analyze those and we look for any kind of drugs, toxins, or any abnormalities with those.
And would you agree that the toxicology report, at least according to your report that you provided, indicates that it was an extensive toxicology report?
Yes, it was a very extensive toxicology examination. They did extensive testing.
Okay. And at this point, there is always the possibility something could have been missed in the toxicology, correct?
Correct. So we just can't send a blood sample to the lab and say, look for anything and everything. We have to tell them what to look for. So most of the things we have are in a panel. We're really looking for, again, illicit drugs. If you're looking for things specifically like poisons and other things, you have to tell them which one to look for. They just don't they can't just randomly look for it. But they did extensive testing looking for several poisons and drugs.
So at this point, aside from the extensive testing, unless it was something unusual, the likelihood is that this wasn't the result of any kind of a poisoning, correct?
More than likely. It would be funny they couldn't detect anything. And there's always things we're not going to be able to detect, and the embalming does interfere with some testing, but nothing that they tested for was positive, so it would be unlikely.
Okay. And then additional findings that you made?
I have to think for a moment, sorry.
Refresh your report with your...
No, I just didn't know where I left off. I'm sorry. When you asked that last question. So we had the bruises that we talked about, and really that was it. There's no other anatomical cause of death from an anatomy perspective from what the organs, and then there was no toxicological cause of death either.
Okay. Now you indicated that the body was exhumed and they performed an autopsy, and then the same day the body was reburied. Is that correct?
I don't know when it was reburied. I'm sorry.
Okay. But the autopsy was done as the same day that it was exhumed, correct?
Again, I'm not sure. I know the autopsy was done on the 19th, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when it was exhumed, to be honest.
So the date of the autopsy was October 19th of 2019?
I believe it was December. I'm sorry, it was December 11th. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're right
Yeah,
too.
I'm
Oh, my
sorry,
goodness,
two-
where'd I
yeah.
get that from?
Um,
I know where I got that from.
right, the date of the incident was
Data for.
October 19th, but
Data for
the,
passing was, and I apologize for that.
well, I misspoke too. So it was December 11th, 2019.
Okay. Now, the autopsy was done on December 11th of 2019. Do you recall when the date of the signature that was placed on the autopsy was placed on that document?
I believe it was in January. I can't remember the specific date of 2021.
So am I understanding that it would have been over a year plus between the time of the autopsy and the signing of the report?
It would probably be close to over 2 years.
Okay. And is there some explanation that you can come, logical explanation as to why there is such a gap in time between when the autopsy was done and when these folks decided to sign the document with their findings?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Do you have any idea how it
No.
might be such a length of time?
Sometimes the toxicology testing takes a while, a few months. So if you get it back and it's negative, and you might go back and say, let's try this again, let's try this, let's look for this, and let's look for that. That's the only thing I can think of why it would take so long to sign out a report.
Okay, and that could be the explanation, is that it took them a significant amount of time to try to find something in the toxicology that would support their theory?
Or other things, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you came to a conclusion in your report in regards to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that since there was no anatomical or toxicological cause of death, no injury to account for death, that it would be best classified as a cause of death as undetermined.
Okay, now when you say no physical cause of death, you did review Dr. Christensen's testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was some mention, at least during this trial, of the bruising on the arms. Is it your conclusion that those bruises could not be taken in consideration to support a different conclusion of asphyxia?
Well, again, the bruising on the arm is nonspecific. They're just bruises on the arm. They don't indicate a cause of death. They don't cause death in and of themselves. They're just nonspecific bruises on the arm. So I don't believe it supports a diagnosis of anything other than there was some blunt injury to the arms.
Okay. And in regards to the suggestion that if someone were to sit on the chest of someone to try to cause asphyxiation, did you examine or look into that possibility?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Would it be a possible basis of asphyxiation by suffocation by sitting on someone's chest?
It's a difficult question. It's very difficult to sit on somebody's chest and kill them. There are reports. There was one scientific study done back in 2017. I believe it was out of San Diego, where they actually tried to figure out how much weight it would take, how much pressure it would take to do that. Usually when somebody does asphyxiate, it's usually several people on top of somebody, or in a crowd. You've heard of the stadiums where the crowds get stuck and everyone gets pushed together. That's several bodies. It's not just one. This particular study said it would be probably 450 plus pounds that would have to require to sit. So I think it'd be extraordinarily hard to sit on somebody, a healthy young person anyways. Maybe an old febrile person you might be able to, but I think it'd be very, very difficult and unlikely.
Okay. And then the possibility of asphyxiating them by just holding their arms, that's not going to do it either, correct? Just hold.
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Would just holding somebody's arms and leaving bruises, is there a way to asphyxiate someone that way?
No, so asphyxia just really means that there's no oxygen getting to the blood to supply our organs. So several things can cause asphyxia. Asphyxia is just a mechanism. It's not really even a cause of death. It's always due to something. So it might be asphyxia due to drowning, where we're not getting oxygen, asphyxia due to choking, asphyxia due to strangulation. So asphyxia in itself just means that they're not getting oxygen. It's a very nonspecific term.
Did you see any indication that there was any damage to the neck or the throat?
No, there was no obvious damage to the neck. There was some damage caused by the embalming process. May have obscured, at least on the right side of the neck, but there was no obvious hemorrhage or other injury.
Now, in reading Dr. Christensen, Dr. Marsden's reports, they established that this was homicide by asphyxia. And can you explain why you differ with that diagnosis?
Well, it's a person we have no cause of death for. We don't know what the cause of death is. So that would be undetermined. It's an undetermined death. It happens. Probably 5 to 10% of autopsies may be undetermined. Some reports say lower. So it's not, if we just don't find anything, there's several things can cause death without leaving any signs or indications. So since we don't know exactly what happened, we call it undetermined, and that's what I would have called this.
And some of the other possibilities other than asphyxia would include what?
As far as not leaving any signs or not having anything, a seizure can cause a death without leaving any signs. A cardiac arrhythmia can also cause death without leaving any signs. Asphyxia is one thing that can cause it. Drugs that weren't detected.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you made note of some of the comments that were made about Tammy's past medical issues, some shaking and some lightheadedness, those sort of things. Is that something that would be consistent with a seizure diagnosis?
Well, it might be consistent with a seizure, the shaking fits that were described. Since there was no diagnosis, that's hard to say. The only way to diagnose it would have been to go to a neurologist and have it diagnosed. But certainly that's the history that we get. Some people see shaking. Sometimes it's violent. Sometimes it's even just violent. I'm sorry. Sometimes people just stare off into space. There's different kinds of seizures. So a shaking fit would be described by a layperson.
And you did touch on that, and that was the next area, is that seizures don't necessarily mean that there's episodes of violent shaking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We've seen some of the politicians in the past several years who have just been on live camera and they just black out and there's nothing there. Those are what you
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained. And I'll strike that last question.
So a seizure, can you describe a little bit about the types of seizures for me?
Again, you can have different types of seizures. You have larger seizures what we think of larger seizures, where you think of that most people think of the shaking, the convulsing. It could be very traumatic. Actually, you can get a lot of injuries from those, serious injuries also. Or you could have smaller ones, lighter ones where sometimes people just might stare off into space. Sometimes they do like just repetitive type of motions with their hands or even their lips smacking. Very, very small, can be very subtle. It really depends where the focus is at and what type of seizure it is.
But whether it's a small seizure or a large seizure, ultimately at some point that seizure could become fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, seizures are a cause of death. We see them as a cause of death or attribute it to death, not infrequently.
Okay. You also mentioned arrhythmia. Talk to me a little bit about arrhythmia.
Well, again, these are just the things that people die from that we can't see anything. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance, just like a seizure is an electrical disturbance in the brain. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance in the heart. So same thing, we may not see anything at the time of death or at the autopsy, excuse me.
Okay. And at some point with arrhythmia, with arrhythmia, there's not necessarily any signs of damage with the heart. Is that correct?
Correct. Frequently you'll see cardiac abnormalities. You might see a structural defect in the heart, some coronary artery disease. You might see something, and then if it's a sudden death, it's a presumed cardiac arrhythmia. You don't have to have a structural defect, but we do usually see that.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, Dr. Christensen came to the conclusion that this was homicide, and your conclusion is different, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the explanations of the possibilities of what potentially could have caused the death without any physical signs of any structural or physical damage, what would those include?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The causes of death that could have resulted from this. They could include a seizure, is that correct?
Yes,
They could include arrhythmia, is that correct?
yes,
They could include asphyxia, is that correct?
yes.
Is there really any certainty to know what was the cause of death of Tammy Daybell?
No, because all those, plus, again, if there's some toxicology that we didn't pick up on, can cause death without leaving any signs.
Now, is it standard practice when there's no signs and there's no indication of what could have caused the death to take a jump to asphyxia? Is that what would be the common practice?
In my opinion, no. The way I practice and the way I've always taught people to practice in the institutions I've been associated with, again, we would call them undetermined. It's not, we do get cases where we don't find anything. We don't jump to conclusions or speculate. We just say these are things that might have happened. We don't know, so we're better left calling it undetermined. Other people might practice differently.
Okay. So it's a matter of how people practice. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
But in your opinion, there's no conclusion that could be drawn in this particular case.
No, there was no scientific evidence of a cause of death.
I want to talk to you about a little bit of a term in terms of your profession. The term is called confirmatory bias. Are you familiar with that term?
Vaguely familiar. The confirmation bias is what I think I know it as.
Okay, and explain to me what that means.
It's kind of a term that's been introduced over the last couple of years. Actually, it's probably been around longer than that, but in forensic pathology, just the last few years. Anyways, it just talks about, if you have something in your mind or you're told a scenario in a case, if you're not going to just see that and make and lean your diagnoses towards that. For example, if there was a baby and somebody told you, someone saw the parent squeezing the baby, you might lean towards asphyxia because you're being biased by that history. So it's kind of a bias. It's not just looking at the scientific evidence in front of you, but you're being biased by other things.
So if someone were to say that they put the procedural history and some of the events that occurred around the time of Tammy Daybell's death, that would be an example of confirmatory bias. Would that be fair?
Possibly. Depends what was told them. Possibly,
Okay.
yes.
Well, you talked about the fact that someone saw the baby squeezed or shaken, and then the investigation is turned that way and leaned that way, correct?
Yes, that's what it's most commonly seen in is like a shaken baby case.
So if someone has provided some information, regardless of whether it's relevant to the case, we should still be going back to the scientific evidence and base it on science and facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, as a physician, pathologist, our diagnosis should be based off science and what we can actually see rather than speculating. Again, that's how I've always practiced and that's how I teach.
And would it be fair to say that most of you folks in the field of forensic pathology would approach it the way you're approaching it?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Blake, I presume, doing the cross, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Raven.
Good morning.
You indicated that you are a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you work as a medical examiner?
I do not now.
So in your current capacity, you're not in a medical examiner, your office? In your current capacity, you're not working at a medical examiner's office?
No, I'm a forensic pathologist, an independent contractor at this point in my career.
Do you have investigators that work with you?
Yes, in the coroner's office, we'll still have investigators.
So you are in a coroner office system right now?
Yes.
In the current system you're in, who determines whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
It really varies. Most of the time, it's the pathologist who determines that. It really depends. And a medical examiner, it's different because the pathologist is the medical examiner. In a coroner system, it's a little different. It's the coroner who will bring the case in. Usually it's left up to the pathologist in my jurisdictions to determine the level of the examination.
And we've talked a little bit about your report. And do you still have that with you?
I do not.
May the witness be handed that last exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe you indicated that you reviewed documents that you reviewed the autopsy report and documents that were specific. See if I can find the phrasing here. That you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information. Do you recall that?
Yes, I listed a few things, yes.
And you, in your report, there's a section, materials reviewed. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Is that an exhaustive list of the documents you reviewed in this case?
The initial, I believe I've had a few documents sent to me since this report. But I believe that would have been, it, yes.
And do you mind reading those off for the record, what you reviewed?
Absolutely. I thought I wasn't supposed to, but I can.
Yes, it's an exhibit that's been admitted, so I think that's appropriate.
So I could just verbatim?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
You have to excuse my voice, I'm sorry. The following materials were reviewed regarding the death of T. Daybell. Autopsy report authored by Dr. Lily Marston, co-signed by Dr. Eric Christensen. Autopsy photographs, toxicology reports from NMS and the Utah Department of Health. A brief investigative report from the Office of the Medical Examiner, State of Utah. A typed coroner report, not signed, dated, or on letterhead, unknown time, authored, or source. The Fremont County Coroner Informal Record of Death report. A report by Deputy Greenhaw, excuse the name, Detective Fabinich and Lieutenant Powell. Scene photographs, unknown source. Report by B. Mattingly. Fremont County Incident Report from incident from 10/09/2019. Copy of the death certificate for T. Daybell, signed 10/19/2019 by Brenda Dye, and the transcript of Dr. Christensen's testimony, Brenda Dye interview, and Deputy Coroner M. Wilmore's interview.
And you said maybe since then you've reviewed a few more documents?
Yes, I believe so, but that was 3 years ago, so I believe a few things have come through. When I started first reviewing them, a few things have come through since.
And do you recall what those things are that have come through?
I believe it was different reports of what the coroner reported on. I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
As part of your, and let me back up, and these were documents that were provided to you by defense counsel?
That's correct.
So when you say you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information, it was the defense that provided you that other pertinent information, is that correct?
The defense provided me everything, yes.
Did you review a report from Lieutenant Powell regarding requesting Walmart records?
That does not sound familiar, but I don't remember.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emily Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Paul Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Jana Penrose, a relative of Tammy Daybell?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with David Warwick?
I don't believe so. The name's not familiar.
And you said you reviewed some of the coroner reports. Would that be Brenda Dye? Does that name sound familiar?
It does sound familiar. Like I said, one was not signed. I didn't know who wrote it, but that name does sound familiar.
Did you review an interview that was conducted with Brenda Dye, a report of that?
I believe so, yes.
Did you review a report of an interview conducted with the deputy coroner, Cammie Wilmore?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you review a report that contained some records from a Lolly Time iCloud account?
No.
Did you review a report from Benjamin Dean, an analyst with the FBI?
No.
Did you review the Seasons medical records?
No.
Did you review the Teton medical records?
No.
And I think you indicated you did review some reports of the October 9th incident,
Yes.
and that would have been regarding an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you review a report of an interview with Matthew and Regan Price?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Haley Palmer?
No.
Did you review any reports of interviews with Angela Yancey?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to the relevance of how that would have an impact on the autopsy. She's going to go down a list of every report that any witness in this case
Mr. Pryor,
discussed.
no speaking objections, please, but I'll sustain the objection at this point unless there's some specific relevance to the autopsy.
And if I may respond?
Go ahead.
I'm reading off a list that was reviewed by the Utah medical examiners in making their findings. I
Okay.
think it is relevant.
All right. If that's the foundation for that, I'll allow that to continue. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Lisa Jensen?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Janet Davis?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Melissa Coles?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Mary Fran Jepson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Faye Harris?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with John Ox?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Margaret Brown?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Stephanie Peralta?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Angela Johansson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Shanna Miller?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Barbara Blair?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Hannah Munoz?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Britt and Crystal Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Micaiah Baglin?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Cara and Sandra Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emma Moss?
No.
Did you review a statement given by Greg Stoddard?
I don't recall.
Did you review 4 to 5 reports regarding insurance surrounding Tammy Daybell life insurance?
No.
Did you review a report indicating Tammy never used any sick days?
No.
Did you review her Walmart prescription records?
No.
Did you review a report regarding Tammy's cell phone?
No.
Did you review a report? Actually, I'll back up there. So as part of your review of the findings in the autopsy, you did not review the list that was just read off.
No.
Were those documents provided to you?
No.
Some of those that were indicated was the medical records. Did you specifically review the Seasons medical records associated with Tammy Daybell?
As answered before, I did not.
And the Teton medical records?
Judge Aston answered.
Sustain.
Counsel asked you about reviewing or looking at medical records referencing shaking fits and seizure activity. Did you ever look at any medical records referencing shaking fits?
I don't recall the first question, and I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced shaking fits?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced seizure activity?
I did not.
Where did that information come from?
That information came from the coroner's report.
And the coroner's report was information obtained from Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where she got it from, but you'd have to ask her. I'm not sure where they got their medical information from.
And you talked about a possible cause of death being cardiac arrhythmia?
It's one possible cause when there's no anatomical findings, yes.
And you said generally with that, you would find a structural defect?
And commonly we do, yes.
In the review of the autopsy report, was there any structural defect with Tammy Daybell's heart?
Not that they found, no.
You were also asked about the bruising on Tammy Daybell, and I think you said you defined it as unspecified or unspecific bruising?
Non-specific. Dr. Christensen testified to that too. They're non-specific bruises.
And counsel proceeded to ask you about putting pressure on someone's chest. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you would expect it to be 2 people, at least if that was done?
No, it just takes significant weight to do that. I mean, it's hard to sit on somebody to cause death, and the scientific literature that's out there says probably 450 pounds or more. Actually, it was closer to 600, but they went down to 450.
But you would agree that it could be more than one person involved
Possibly.
if that were to happen?
If you have more than one person on you, yes.
And what are the other ways that asphyxiation can be caused or occur?
Well, again, asphyxia is just the process of the body not getting oxygen. So many things. We said drowning already. You're underwater, you're not getting oxygen. Choking, you have airway obstruction, suffocation. You can be in a position like a car. People have asphyxia where they're underneath a car and the car collapses on them. Where the pressure on the chest. Asphyxia could be from chemical asphyxia, such things like cyanide can cause an asphyxial death because it blocks the oxygen getting to the tissues. So the list can go on and on.
And one way to cause asphyxiation could be to place a pillow over someone's head?
You could suffocate them by putting an object or something in front of their face, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yes.
One way to suffocate someone could be to put a plastic bag over their head. Would that cause asphyxiation?
Yes.
And as a forensic pathologist, would you agree that you approach an autopsy more like a doctor as you're looking for symptoms, causes?
Well, we are a doctor, so we do look for scientific evidence of a diagnosis. Again, we don't speculate on diagnoses. We say this is a gunshot wound because we have evidence of the gunshot wound. We have hemorrhage, we have a knife wound. So again, yes, we use scientific evidence to base our diagnoses off of like any doctor does.
And the difference being in an autopsy, your patient can't provide that information, correct?
That's correct.
So you would have to get it from collateral sources?
Pertinent to the cause of death, yes.
If I may have just a moment.
You may.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period, we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list, what we've talked about today, these are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you agree that that would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence
Yeah.
of that? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined?
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Raven. Is she going to remain under subpoena?
She is not, Judge. She's excused. And thank you, Dr. Raven.
You're welcome.
Does the state have any subpoena served on her?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll let the witness step out. I think this would be the logical time to take the mid-morning recess as well. So once the witness has cleared the courtroom, we'll go ahead and have our break. All right, we'll take a 20-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Price?
Okay, thank you.
Please operate your counter for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The defense continues its case in chief. Mr. Pryor, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Regan Price.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Your chin picks up the best. I think it's fresh water.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before we inquire, we did have a quick sidebar this morning on an inquiry on the exclusionary order. That does not relate to this witness, correct? The sidebar?
No.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Pryor. So in this case, then, the witness is sworn, Ms. Price. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with your testimony. This trial has been publicly streamed online as well as reported in the news and open to the public here while it's taken place. Have you watched any of the testimony of any witness that's testified here in this trial?
No.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else who has testified or talked to anyone about your testimony?
No.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to start with your direct, you may.
And Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 76 that I'm going to move for admission. It represents approximately a 2-minute interview with Ms. Price. My understanding is that the state, Ms. Beatty, is going to stipulate to its admission.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 76 then will be admitted.
Judge, if I may have 76 returned to me after it's marked and entered.
Okay, we'll have the clerks mark the exhibit and have that returned.
And while we're waiting, Judge, if I can start if you'd like, if I may.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and start with your direct, you may, and we'll just have the bailiff, now that he's got that, provide that to you, and then we can go.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Price.
Good morning.
And would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, it's Regan Price, and it's ReegenPrice.
And Ms. Price, at some point in 2018, 2019, you were a neighbor of Mr. Daybell and Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in relation,
I'm sorry, could I get you to kind of talk right close to that microphone? It only picks it up if you're right next to it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
and you noted that that was correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, did you live south of them off of 200? Is that fair?
Yes,
And across the street on the Salem Highway would have been Joe and Emma Murray.
yes,
So then Joe and Emma would have been kitty corner to Chad. Is that correct?
yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to September 9th of 2019. It's noted that you, at some point during that time, there are some reports that you heard some sort of a gunshot on that day. Do you recall that?
I do remember hearing gunshots on a certain day. I'm not for certain which date that is.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm,
Okay. And when you say gunshots, was it gunshots or gunshot?
to my knowledge, I remember there was maybe one, but
Okay. Okay. And to your recollection, you believe that it may or may not have been on September 9th?
I don't have a date.
Did you have an occasion to contact law enforcement and talk to them about that?
On a day that we did contact law enforcement, there was a couple things that we had discussed that was unusual, but it wasn't on that specific day with the shooting.
Okay. And at some point you've discussed this case with law enforcement on a couple of occasions. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those would have been on or around June 9th of 2020.
I don't know the date, but
Okay.
It-
And then again, you had one potentially on May 5th of 20. Do you recall that as well? A longer discussion?
Mhm.
Okay. And Judge, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 76, if I could.
You may.
I might need some assistance. And then the volume, if you could. We're going to get everybody to help.
And gotten across, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure you're all over the news right now. Fox News,
I
CNN,
was
and-
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has been in so
Don't
long.
have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here. So
Probably like this, not cartoon.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build back.
Judge, could we have just a moment?
Yes.
Get out of that first.
And to just clarify, was that part of Exhibit 76 that was being published there?
I believe so, Judge, yes.
Thank you.
Am I ready? Let's try again, Judge. You may want to stick around.
Found something.
yeah, it's good. Everything's good right now. Everything's a good
I
thing.
do know
It's all
everything
good,
will
yeah.
come out eventually.
Yeah.
You know, just makes the
Yeah.
curiosity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do I do? Well, it was just playing, right?
Yeah, but are you able to tell the timestamps from me?
I can't really tell the timestamps, but I want to play the entire 2 minutes. So it doesn't matter. I think we're ready, Judge.
All right, give me just a moment here. Let me consult with.
And you're
I have another person maybe take a look at that, Mr. Pryor, to see if any
We're gonna
additional
answer
assistance
probably.
on that device.
where's that?
You heard a gunshot then?
Yeah, and they said it was a raccoon. And it was about that same time we had set the timeline to Ron because we checked our phone and it was like what is the Rob Wood? Is that the prosecuting?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We had talked to them and we had looked it up on our phone records to try to put it together,
Yeah.
you know. But like our neighbors up here, like they will go shoot birds and stuff in the mornings. And so we'll hear that sometimes, but it was close. And like our bedroom window's right here. And we sleep with the window open most of the time because
Did you see anybody out there?
no, but we just heard it. So that's what we were thinking. We're like, it was an afternoon because he would have been at work. That it would have been morning.
Morning.
So.
Huh.
Anyways, we'll just keep
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, no, and even details that you're like, that's probably nothing. We take them, right?
Well,
I mean, at
that's
this
what we
point, we'll-
decided after we told him because we're like, we sat on it for a while and then we're like, well, maybe it will help, So
yeah,
just our timeline experience with them.
yeah.
Because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all being. You're all over the news right now. Fox News.
I was
CNN.
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has been in so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here. So
Probably like this, not the cards.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build that here. And we went out there to scope out where we were gonna put it, and I'm like, do you hear that?
Judge, I can stop at this point.
like just that much further away from it, and you don't hear it. Cool. Good.
At least I think I can.
All right.
So, Ms. Price, you've heard the audio tape, and I believe that goes back to June 9th of 2020. Do you recall that now?
If that's the date, but yes, I remember that conversation that I had.
Okay. And then you made some comment that you heard a shot and there was some discussion about raccoons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a further discussion about you, and it's unclear who you provided a timeline to, but you provided a timeline to somebody. Do you recall?
So my husband and I both discussed just some strange events that happened with the Daybells over the last year.
Okay.
And it was my husband and I creating a timeline together because, like I've stated, I don't have any dates,
Okay.
but there was enough going on that we were trying to figure out where everything was so that by the time we did talk to a detective or a police officer, it was informational and resourceful and beneficial to
And
them.
do you recall in a later interview where there was a discussion about you and your husband made some mention about that he'd be a really good detective? Do you remember that discussion?
I remember that in the audio, but
Okay.
that was my husband, not me.
Okay. And do you remember the discussion that you would work through Joe Murray to try to get some information about locating the kids,
I do. I remember that.
and that you'd be willing to wear a wire?
I do. I remember that. There was children missing and I was willing to do whatever it took to find these children.
Right. And then in addition, there was some talk about the fact that your husband in the past had plowed up, done some cultivation for Joe's garden or something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. He did it for a lot of the neighbors around the
Right.
neighborhood.
And Officer K had offered to,
Objection, hearsay.
was there a discussion about using,
Hold on, there's a pending objection. It's sustained.
was there a discussion about using police funds to help pay $50?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you engage in any discussion regarding accepting payment from the police to doing certain?
Objection, hearsay, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Did you do any kind of a discussion with the police for some sort of payment to work with the police and regarding the Daybell case?
I think in reference to that conversation that you're talking about, Officer K just comically said that, and it was more of a personal. It wasn't as an officer using officer funds.
And you took that as a joke, is that right?
I did.
All right, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, cross-examination once you're ready.
Morning, Miss Price. Do you prefer that I call you Ms. Price or that I call you Regan?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. I'll go with Ms. Price. So you testified that at some point you heard a gunshot, correct? I did, yes.
And that was in the early morning? Was that your testimony?
I believe it was.
Do you remember what day that took place? I believe it was your testimony that you didn't remember the specific day.
Yes, I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the time frame?
I don't. Just looking back at the audio, being refreshed with that, but as far as it's been 4 years, to my knowledge, it was just based off of that. It was morning, afternoon time, but not a specific time.
Could it have been at some point before September 9th?
Definitely.
Could it have been at some point after September 9th?
I don't recall it was after September 9th.
Okay. And out in the country, is it uncommon for people to have guns?
No, it's very common for people to have guns.
Okay. Now, you briefly testified about your discussion with Officer K. Would that be Detective Kaya Kamanu?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you joked around with him?
Very briefly.
Did you ever accept payment from law enforcement?
Never.
Okay. And if I may have just one moment.
You may.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Oh, hold on. We've got
Sorry.
direct possibly.
Sorry.
You may.
Ms. Price, you don't have a direct recollection of when you heard that gunshot, correct?
I don't.
But did you recall hearing on the audio tape that there was a combination of a gunshot, a raccoon, and the name Chad Daybell? How often does those three happen on a particular day?
Objection misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. I don't know if she's appearing under subpoena. If so, I'd like to inquire whether or not she can be released from the subpoena.
And Your Honor, I believe the state did have her under subpoena. We would release her from our subpoena at this point.
And Judge, the defense has her under subpoena, and we're releasing her as well.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Then you can go ahead and leave.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar?
Yes. All right, counsel, I've had a sidebar in terms of scheduling. The defense has two more witnesses that are scheduled to appear today. One hasn't quite arrived because I guess we went a little quicker through the morning than anticipated. The other will be here shortly after the lunch break. So at this time, there are some matters the court can take up to use this time on a few motions and things that would be outside the presence of the jurors as well. We're going to go ahead and take another recess at this point, and then once the witness shows up for before lunch, we'll call that witness. We'll take up a few other hearings, and then we'll call the next witness directly after lunch. So we'll take another break at this time.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought back in, and then we can go on the record. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we'll take just a moment to make sure our tech's working here on the live stream, please. Okay, we are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We've returned from the lunch recess we scheduled early today. Mr. Pryor, I believe you've got another witness here ready to call. Is that correct? You may. So the defense continues with its case in chief, and once you are ready, Mr. Pryor, you can name and call your next witness, please.
Judge, the defense called Asmir Karerik.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. All right, before we get started with direct examination, I just want to inquire of the witness. First, is there a title you go by, investigator or officer, agent, et cetera?
Investigators, fine, Your Honor.
Investigator, all right. Investigator, is it Karerik?
Karadzic.
Karadzic. Have you observed any of this trial since it began either on the live stream or here in person at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. You may go ahead and start your direct, Mr. Pryor.
Investigator, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Asmir Karadzic, K-A-R-A-R-I-C.
All right. Investigator, how are you employed?
I am working right now for Idaho Attorney General's office as an investigator.
In June of approximately 2020, were you employed in the same capacity?
Yes, sir.
At what time were you asked to participate in an investigation regarding Tammy Daybell?
I believe I was assigned this case on April 10th of 2020.
Okay, and on April 10th, was there a ending date for that investigation or your participation?
Our office ended this investigation, I believe, in February of next year.
So at some point, you were asked to participate in an investigation, and then in February, you were asked to cease that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you come to some conclusion regarding the investigation, or was there some other reason for the ceasing of the investigation?
I was asked by my chief to end the investigation because the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office wanted the case back.
Okay, and originally they handed the case to your office, is that correct?
Correct, for prosecution.
And then at some point, they elected to ask that the case be returned to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you engage in an interview with a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Yes, I did.
And can you recall the date or dates that you interviewed Miss Gibb?
That was August 5th of 2020.
And as part of that investigation, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was it your normal policy to record interviews of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And that's generally a good practice. Would you agree?
Yes,
To ensure that you get an accurate reflection of what was discussed during the interview, correct?
correct.
I want to go back, if you can recall, the amount of time you spent during the interview.
The interview was 3 hours, 38 minutes, and I forget the seconds. It's about 182-page report.
Would that be a considerable interview?
Yes,
More so than on the average?
yes,
Would it tend to be on the large end of an interview?
yes.
And can you explain to me why the interview took so long?
Well, we had a lot to discuss. I had a lot of questions that I wanted to know from Ms. Gibb. Wanted to know how she was aware of anything in this case, if she knew Lori Vallow, Chad, and their beliefs.
Okay. At any time, did you start asking questions about her personal beliefs?
Well, I clarified some things with her because she said a lot of things that I did not really understand. I didn't understand what she was talking about. But yeah, it did lead to that.
And part of the questioning about that was she was expressing her opinion about her personal beliefs and on topics that you didn't quite even understand what she was talking about.
There was a lot that I didn't understand, so I would have her clarify, but it was on a topic of her personal beliefs.
Okay, it was or was not?
It seemed to be.
Okay, and can you recall what some of the topics that she discussed with you that were part of her personal beliefs that you did not understand?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance as to Ms. Gibbs' personal beliefs.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Some of the things that she was talking about is, I call it the scale, the light or dark. She gave me the impression that she can maybe was able to determine if a person was either light or dark.
Is that something that she advised you of?
She kind of hinted at it.
Okay. And there were other options. She talked about her personal understanding of casting.
She did talk about that.
Okay. She talked about her personal understanding of being able to use vibrations as a means of healing or something to that effect.
Something to that effect, yes.
And these were visions, excuse me. These were topics that she, in your opinion, she expressed that she had a true belief in. Is that correct?
During the interview, I believe that she believed in that.
Okay. Now, just to reiterate, this was on August 5th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was more than a year after the allegations relating to the start of the case with Mr. Daybell and others. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I would object. I believe that misstates the evidence.
Okay.
Sustained.
Now, at the end of this, and would it be fair to say that this was sort of a teaching to you of her religious theories and beliefs?
For me, it was, since I didn't really understand it. It felt like she was educating me a lot about her beliefs.
Okay. Okay. And she didn't say where she got these beliefs from, did she?
No.
Okay. She never told you that Chad Daybell taught her about all of these beliefs, did she?
She did talk in the interview that she heard from Chad and Lori some of the same things that she was mentioning.
Okay. But at no time did she tell you that it was Chad Daybell who taught you about all of these unusual, I'm sorry, Judge, all of these beliefs that she discussed with you?
Not specifically.
Okay. At some point, the interview ended. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, there was a further discussion that was off the tape, correct?
Correct.
And in all respect to you, officer, you contacted me and told me about that openly, did you not?
I did.
You discussed with me that upon review and being received a subpoena from my office, you discovered that there was a portion of that interview that was not properly recorded, correct?
Correct.
You didn't anticipate that Ms. Gibb would continue to talk to you after the recording was pushed off, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the topic of that discussion?
After the interview was done, it was more because I was curious. Her talking about the scale of light and dark discussion. I believe she mentioned that I was nice, that I was a good person. And so I just asked the question, what did she believe on the scale? Where would she rate me?
And did she respond to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She stated that I was on the light side, that I was so light that I was given this light aura.
And was that something that she made it? She didn't tell you that was Chad Daybell told her how to do that, did she?
No, she did not.
She did that on her own initiative, is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
World.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Beatty, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. During your interview with Melanie Gibb, did she ever tell you that she created this belief system that Lori and Chad also adhered to?
No, she did not.
In fact, did she not tell you that she met Chad through Lori and that she was a follower of some of their teachings?
Yes.
Didn't she tell you that Chad would tell Lori about these ideas and that Lori would then convey them to her?
Yes.
So isn't it fair to say that many of these ideas, whether or not Melanie Gibb adhered to them, did in fact come from Chad Daybell?
Judge, objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it goes straight to,
It's overruled, Ms. Beatty.
you may answer.
Yes, I believe so.
No.
Okay. Includes cross. Any redirect, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, this witness may be excused from the defense. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming in and testifying. I don't believe he'll remain under any subpoena, will he,
No, Judge, not from my office.
in the state?
He's released by the state.
Okay, thank you for appearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, may I approach again to the podium?
Yes.
We would call Rick Schmidt.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Okay, before we begin with testimony again, I'll ask this witness as well. Do you have a particular title you go by? Agent, officer, et cetera?
Rick Schmidt.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, then I do want to inquire, have you been observing in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I
Or
did
five.
the,
This was the issue that was brought up on the sidebar earlier.
Oh, okay. And counsel, could we have a brief, quick second sidebar on that? All right, council, thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and wait out in the hallway for a moment while we take up a brief matter outside your presence, and then we'll have you return right back in for additional testimony here.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, council, we had the jurors excused for a moment. In a sidebar, I was notified there may have been an issue with some inadvertent exposure to trial testimony by this witness. We thought it was something that would best taken up outside the jurors' presence. I believe the state identified the issue, and perhaps we could just have a quick question of the witness on this, or I'll just, based on the proffer, I guess, pose the question. Mr. Schmidt, it was advised to the court that you may have overheard some trial testimony of a previous witness. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what was it that you recall hearing that was testified to in the case?
it was by Ron Arnold. He said, when Mr. Pryor asked him a question, he said, I don't know, you own the property, you tell me.
And how was it that you came about hearing that?
It was playing on a device when I came home from work that my wife was watching, and
Okay. And beyond that, did you listen to or hear any other trial testimony?
no.
Okay. And certainly, I understand those things can happen. I want to make clear, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong here, other than we need to get the issue out on the record before you testify. So knowing that that comment was overheard, does the defense, I'll start with you, Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions for him in regards to what he may have heard on that?
No, none whatsoever.
All right. Does the state have any questions for the witness before we move on to that?
No.
Okay. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in. I just wanted to not bring that fact up again in front of the jurors since they were instructed to disregard it previously. So the jurors can return and you can just start on with your direct at that time. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Here's offer the counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
At some point, you were referred to as Officer Schmidt. Is that right?
Yes,
That was in June of 2019, 2020.
yes.
And which department were you with, sir?
The Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. At some point, you were assigned a task to participate in some sort of excavation or shovel work on June 9th of 2020 on the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall testifying in a previous proceeding last April of 2023 and being asked questions about boundaries and your role in that task that you were tasked with?
yes,
Okay. Do you recall being asked about whether or not there were any boundaries given at that point when you were testifying last April of 2023?
yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
I said there was no boundaries.
Okay. And then you were asked a question about whether or not they said, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked about that as well?
Yes,
Do you recall what your response was?
yes.
What was your response?
Something to the fact that, something like that.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Yes,
Judge, may I have the Could I have the deputy provide the officer with a transcript of his testimony? And
Yes, you may.
where the asterisk is there. Just have him read it, just the first line and the answer.
All right, so this is being proffered to refresh his recollection, is that
Yes,
correct?
Judge. And officer, after you read it, then the deputy will run it back to me. He'll show you where he wants you to read. Now, officer, in that hearing back in April of 2023, you were asked just, hey, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes,
And what was your response?
pretty much.
Is it possible your response was yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
pretty much.
Oh,
Pretty much was in there too.
okay. Pretty much was in there as well. Judge, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross from the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Right.
Do you still have that transcript up with you?
No,
You were asked about the morning or the events that took place on Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020, correct?
yes,
And you were asked about some answers you gave in a prior evidentiary hearing.
yes.
Judge, could we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, thank you. The court, in a sidebar there, just discussed with counsel some terminology in the questioning. There was a reference to a term evidentiary hearing made in the cross-examination. The court would instruct the jurors to disregard that term evidentiary hearing and just have a reference that a hearing took place. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you were asked about your involvement on June 9th, 2020.
Yes,
And where were you that day?
on Chad Daybell's property.
Right. And you were asked about a couple of specific questions you were asked last year.
Yes,
Let's talk about that real quick. You were asked about boundaries.
yes,
Do you recall what that question was in regards to?
no,
Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript of what you testified to last year?
yes,
And if you can put that down, thank you. Do you recall, in relation to what were you asked about boundaries?
In the search, a grid search.
All right. And do you recall what specific area you were searching or that you were asked about searching in regards to those boundaries?
Yes, the fire pit and the pet cemetery areas.
As you sit there today, do you recall there being any type of grid or boundary at those areas when you were searching?
I don't, just right inside the fire pit and then the pet cemetery area. No specific boundaries in relation to those areas.
All right. Do you recall seeing any type of grid placed on the ground?
I don't remember that.
You were also asked about something to the effect of being handed a shovel and walking around.
Yes.
When you first arrived at Mr. Daybell's property, what was the first thing you did?
I don't recall the first thing that I did.
Okay. At any point, did you have a shovel
Yes.
and walk around the property?
Yes.
And was that something you were instructed to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who instructed you to do it?
I believe it was Steve Daniels.
And do you recall who Steve Daniels is?
He's FBI. He's with forensic. I think he was in charge of the scene that day.
So, in fact, weren't you told before the search really got going in any specific areas to look around the property and see if you saw anything irregular?
Judge, objection goes beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
Yes.
And were you with anyone else when you did that?
Yes.
Who were you with? Do you remember?
I remember Colin Erickson from the police department and Travis. I can't remember his last name, but he was FBI. And we were instructed to walk around the field and look for soft spots or different areas that looked different.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, there will be no further questions from the defense.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Schmidt. Was either side intending to have him held under subpoena until the trial's done?
Not from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Not from the state.
Okay, then you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying today. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Pryor, as I understand it, based on discussions we've had, the defense is not prepared with another witness this afternoon. Is that correct?
Judge, because of the travel, some of my experts will not be available until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, if that's where we stand, then we're going to need to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll continue from the court side of things, working on other administrative issues as we get towards the conclusion of this trial. I do want to let the jury know we're certainly mindful of your time and doing our best to get productive days in for you, to not extend things out unnecessarily. In a trial of this length, it can be difficult given the timing of scheduling things months and months in advance. So we're doing our best here, but we are going to go ahead and recess for the day, and we'll continue again in the morning then with another defense witness at 8:30. Thank you for your attentiveness today. As you break for the day, please follow the continuing instruction of the court to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate the case or follow any media that you see on the case. And we will see you here tomorrow morning for additional evidence, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
All right. Thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the courtroom conduct order, and we'll be in recess.
Folks, please grab all of your belongings as you head out.
Tonight, stealing from the boss. Michael Cohen's shocking admission during former President Trump's hush money trial. Trump's former fixer capping off his marathon testimony, confessing to embezzling tens of thousands from the Trump organization. The defense seeking to undermine Cohen's credibility, calling lawyer Robert Costello, who once advised Cohen and says he has proof that refutes Cohen's testimony. Chaotic moments in the courtroom as the judge excuses the jury and reporters to reprimand Costello. The defense asking the judge to dismiss the case. Tonight, we'll ask a veteran prosecutor if the Manhattan DA's office has done enough to win over the jury. Also tonight, no survivors. Iran's president and foreign minister killed in a helicopter crash. Dramatic images of the wreckage, the chopper mangled in mountainous terrain, what this means for the country's leadership and the international reaction. A new search at the home of the alleged Gilgo Beach killer. The latest twist in the gruesome case as forensic crews are spotted at the suspect's house again, what they could be looking for. Growing tornado threats, spring storms targeting the central U.S. with twisters, hail, and hurricane-force winds. In Houston, thousands suffering without power, facing a brutal heat wave, and tomorrow 43 million at risk for severe storms. Bill Caron standing by to time it out. Several Americans involved in a failed coup attempt in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Dozens arrested after the attack on the presidential palace, including the coup's leader's American-born son. The dramatic video showing one man pleading with soldiers. Pushed to port, the Dolly ship on the move for the first time in nearly 2 months after it brought down Baltimore's Key Bridge. Plus, fire in the sky. We'll show you the comet that took two countries by surprise, exploding across the horizon, painting the heavens green and blue. And price drop. Why Target is slashing prices on thousands of essentials before summer. Is this the start of a new price war? Top story starts right now. And good evening. It was one of the most dramatic days since former President Trump's hush money trial began. Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen, wrapping up his testimony, revealing he stole tens of thousands from his former boss. Then the defense calling starts right now. And good evening. It was one of the most dramatic days since former President Trump's hush money trial began. Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen, wrapping up his testimony, revealing he stole tens of thousands from his former boss.